Hello? Okay, finally. Of course, there's always something. Always something. It's never a Dowdy stream without something, for sure. But gentlemen, my apologies for my week-long addiction to Battlefield 6. I sank at least 40 hours into that game over the weekend, but yeah, here we are. Formula Gran Turismo today. I might as well get my OBS off the screen real quick. So, yeah, this is like going to be a 20 to 25 hour long championship. Maybe longer considering how I drive, because if y'all don't know, for whatever reason, I'm actually using a wheel for this entire Let's Play, and these cars are kind of sketchy to drive on a wheel. I think it's way easier on a controller, especially on certain tracks. Midfield is going to be a problem. Nürburgring and Lasarth are especially going to be a problem. And now that I think about it, I might as well do this right now before we get started. I need to put the dead zone back on so my wheel doesn't try to break my arms. So, just take a second. Oh, it's already set. Bet. Alright, we're good. So yeah, before I actually start, I need to go outside and grab the trash can because I just heard it's flying down the neighborhood. So, uno momento. So, hopefully no more distractions. Alright, let's speed run this thing, shall we? Gentlemen, the time has come for the ultimate suffering. And, yeah, it's Formula GT time. In the white mobile. I'm already in the car. I don't know why I tried to get in the car again, but, yeah, here we go. So, I can't buy tires for this thing because there's no dealership for it. So we're basically stuck with, yeah, we're just stuck with it. the way it is. So, here we go. 15 approximately hour and a half long races. Some of them are going to be turbo suck. This one in particular. Let's see what else. This one in particular. This one in particular. This one in particular. And, yeah, wait. Do we actually not go to midfield? Oh. I could have sworn we were going to midfield, but I guess not, so that's a good thing, I guess. There's a, the S's on the midfield are a really weird spot with this car because it'll just literally spin out on you. It's weird how it works, but yeah, that's actually a thing. So, yeah, 15 races, all gonna be pretty anti-fun, but we're gonna try to go through it. I'm gonna bump up the top speed just a hair because the car does max out, especially in the slipstream. But I will hit a brick wall whenever it comes to the drag coefficient on this car, though. I think it's still like 218, 219 miles an hour where you actually top out, so Yeah, it doesn't really matter that much, but for slipstream's sake, might as well just bump it up a hair. Plus, hopefully it'll mitigate a little bit of that low-end wheel spin. I'm kind of out of breath right now because I just ran down my street to grab my trash can and bring it back, so yeah, a little bit of cardio before we get into this. But, here we go. This race is going to be about an hour and a half long, and I don't have throttle. Or steering, apparently. That's a great start. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I don't have throttle or steering, because, no game audio either. Okay, then. Well, let's fix this, too, I guess. Game capture. Okay, why is there... Okay, now I have absolutely nothing in my wheel at all. Alright, let me just, restart. Let me restart this. Fast forward it all the way back. Okay, it shows game audio in OBS, so that should be fine now. Does my throttle actually work, though? It does not. Okay. Great start, as always, as per usual. Okay. Why can't I... Hello? Okay, there we go. Throttle... Brake... Okay, there's absolutely nothing going on my wheel now. Okay, now there is. Cool, I guess I have to remap my entire wheel controls for no reason. Thank you, PCSX2. I appreciate it. Let me just do this all real quick. Alright, now the brake and throttle are working, so that in fact is the problem. So, down, right, left, cross, square, circle, triangle. R1, which is on the left side, which is weird, but yeah, L1, which is on the right side in PCSX2 button mapping config screen thingy-majiggy. Alright, that should be it. That should be it. Speedrun. Close. Chat. Bring it up. Alright, attempt number 2. Bam. Bam. There still isn't any menu sounds coming through. No, there should be. Unless... Oh... Wait a minute. OBS, why do you do things? All right, do you hear it now? Okay. Yeah, it was the audio channel. Yeah, it wasn't enabled for the stream channel. Ugh. I don't get it. I don't get it. All right, well. Okay, that should be a stream-only problem. The VOD should still be fine, so bam, bam. Speedrun, come on, hurry up. Oh, I can't actually fast forward during the yeah, actual gameplay. That'd be cheating. No cheats. I saved that for GT4 Online. Wait, what? Alright, gotta do this all over again. I've already, like, thrown away 15 minutes in this stream, so, yeah, I'm gonna have to drive extra good to make up for it, I guess. Alright, that's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. We'll do some denial and error as far as, like, the suspension and tuning stuff goes in the future races, but, here we go. Finally. Hopefully. Do I have throttle? Please tell me I have throttle and steering. Okay, I have throttle. And I have steering. Let's go. Formula GT in GT4. I don't have force feedback. Oh, fuck this emulator. I don't have force feedback now. Okay, now I do. That's all I had to do. Just, like, switch it back and forth to the thing. Alright, it's good. Dude, I swear, if I would have had to restart this one more time, I probably would have, completely broken mentally. Not gonna lie. Alright, let the action begin, finally. Please. So yeah, starting off, 60 laps around Tokyo. The track of all time. I gotta watch out for these fat curbs. Already bumping my way through traffic. Now, bear in mind, this is, in fact, like, the hardest car to drive in the entire game. Especially the hardest car to drive at fast. So, it's probably going to take me a while to warm up. And, figure out what I'm doing as well. My force feedback just shut off. I forgot about that. Alright, well, at least that part is an easy fix. I just have to map the steering to USB port 2, and then it should be fine. Oh my god. No, I'm actually streaming in a H.265. Because, for whatever reason, AV1 was not working for me. OBS was, like, basically throwing a fit whenever I try to use AV1. Don't know why. My graphics card is plenty good enough for it, but it just refused. And now my paddle shifters aren't working half the time either. Alright, let me fix this too. Pauses galore. My god. Steering left. Steering right. Force feedback. Alright. No more. No more. That's it. I'm not touching my mouse again. You will see the iconic PCSX2 freeze whenever it goes to sleep. And that's all she wrote. Oh boy. Alright, well, I forgot this track also has that problem. As y'all just saw me going through the S's right there, the back end just basically said, you know what, I'm gonna head out. And, yeah. I don't know what the cause is for that. Hopefully I can actually tune it out. Because that might be a problem on more tracks. It's probably just like the It's probably just the suspension bottoming out. Okay, this is... yeah. This is very, very hard to drive on a wheel. I kind of gotta lock in. I'm not too nervous about losing any races because the AI are, like every other example of these races I've seen on YouTube, everybody smokes the AI, so maybe in like the first few laps I'll have a little bit of issues, but after that it should be fine. Maybe. You know what? I think the smart thing to do would just to be to fix this right now. So that's what we're going to do. I need to fix this suspension before it, before it makes me lose my mind. So let's go back into this thing. We only had 3 laps down. Not a big deal in the grand scheme of things, really. I'm probably going to be here a long time today. Like, 8 hours plus. So, no big deal, really. Alright. What do I need to do to this thing to fix it? I'm going to assume maybe crank this up just a hair. Softer springs. Go 15.5. This was supposed to be like a little bit stiffer in the back, right? Softer springs and shocks. Yeah, I won't, like, drop it down too much. Let's see. Toe in on the rear. So, I'm guessing positive is toe in, because it doesn't actually specify in the thing. Maybe you have to bump this up a hair too, it just doesn't look right. Increase rear camber, which I just did. Move toe out, 6.9, nice. Front and downforce. Little too high, yeah, probably, honestly. I'll go 50-50 on it. And positive is toe out. Oh, well. It was on -6 by default, so I mean, yeah, I could test it on qualifying laps, so we'll go ahead and do that. Oh. Nice. Everybody's trying to make 6.7 the new 6.9. It's just like, no, stop. You will never be 6.9. Alright, I'll take the chicane in this setup, see how the car does, and then if it's fine, then we'll rock it. And yeah, tire wear will be like pretty much everything in this car because I am stuck on mediums. And AI have a... Oh, there goes the mouse. AI have a naturally, like... They have tire cheats, essentially. Theirs don't wear down anywhere near as fast. Alright, moment of truth. Nope. I mean, I think it's... Overall, it feels a little bit better, but... It's still kind of rough. And also, like, the dead zone on this wheel kind of makes it a little weird. I don't think I'm going to need it for this track, though, but I don't know. Springs and shocks are a little too high, maybe? Yeah, I mean, I don't think it made that much of a difference in the first place anyways, but... On 10... That does seem like really low, but... 2.4 front. Oh, wait. I'll just delete the toe for tire wear's sake. Okay, 1010, 65, 65, 2-2 on rebound. Wait, what? Oh, bounds and rebounds all 2. Camber 1.4, 2.0. Toe 0-0. Rebound is 5. Yep, rebound is on 5. Alright, let's try this. Oh, I started the race on accident. Oh well. It's still a test, I guess. See how this works. Oh, brakes. Hello. Excuse me. Papaya. Dude. Nando Loris. Oh, oh! Dude thinks I'm Oscar. Okay, well, no spinny thing that time, so... I mean, I was stuck behind Nando Loris there, but... I mean, it does kind of feel better, like, already. Yeah, he was just like... I was just pinned to his front. Just like, he was just pushing me along like that. Not even done with lap 1. Already trying to take me out. Race 1, for that matter. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna take it flat out. Oh? I mean, it wasn't perfect still. I still slid a little bit, but... the rear didn't give up entirely like it did before. And if only I could get that corner right now. That'd be nice. Alright. I think we're gonna roll with this. It's especially compared to my first attempt at this race, being behind everybody by lap 3, and now, yeah, I think we're good. Also, yeah, I didn't even touch a differential, but if I need to in the next few races, then I'll start testing that out too, but now, I think this is just fine. Also, I don't remember... Can you bring this car into GT Auto to get an oil change? I think GT Auto classifies this as a special car, but at least in the base game, I don't remember. Also, a car wash would be nice too, eventually. Not like it does anything for performance, but it makes the car look shiny. Oh, almost had it. No engine rigidity. Oh, or rigidity. Nice. Yeah. I kind of figured, like, they wouldn't have rigidity wear on these things because there's no dealership for it. And, having to do the Nürburgring 24-hour all over again just to get a fresh one doesn't really seem too ideal. Alright, well, I guess this is the part where, I just, whoop, patiently wait till I lap everybody again. Otherwise now it's just a, pretty much a 55 lap time trial, as every other race is going to be. Ah, there we go. Nice little slide into it. What's up, Alex? Nice to see you again. I have been grinding Battlefield 6 like crazy, and probably really unhealthy. It's such a, like, I mean, once all the sweat started appearing on the game, it wasn't as fun anymore, but, like, the first few days, that game is, like, absolute cinema. You shoot an RPG at a helicopter and then it crashes through a building on top of a tank. With a jet just like flying within inches of your head. I've never like got that far into a Battlefield game before. I think like the last time I actually played one was Battlefield 1 beta and Battlefield 4 beta. Oh yeah, I'll absolutely destroy COD for sure. What was it, like 730 or 740,000 concurrent players on Steam on release day? I think it was like number 3 or 4 of all time. I don't remember exactly, but it was definitely up there. But yeah, I played so much Battlefield 6, I probably have like 50, maybe 55 hours into it now. But, oh. Okay, there goes my force feedback. That was not supposed to happen. I actually did fix it, believe it or not. But, it turned off anyways. Yeah. All-time peak was 656. I think that was during the beta, though, right? I could have sworn it was like 730,000 on release day. Something around there. And my... Don't know why about this, but every now and then my paddle shifters don't respond either. So I have to, like, double-click to actually get the car to shift. I don't know, yeah. The simulator has all kinds of, like, weird things going on with it. Every now and then. It just makes it worse whenever you're trying to stream. That sliding right there is also something I have to... I'm pretty sure it's just the way I'm approaching that corner. Just like trying to throw it in there. I probably got another lap or two on these tires. Matter of fact, I haven't even been paying attention to them at all. It looks like they're wearing down nice and even though, which is good. I could probably pit twice and still be in the lead. Also got the chicane nailed down, so shouldn't be a problem anymore. I'm still curious to see how this car is going to drive on the Nürburgring and the Sarth. I'm not looking forward to that at all, but it must be done. Happened on October 12th. Yeah, that was a Sunday, I think, so that would make sense. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I was not looking at my tires. They're gonna be nice and red here in a few seconds. I mean, really, it's still kind of handling fairly decent, but... Okay, as soon as I say that, they fall off instantly. The epic fall off. There's an apex there somewhere. What's your plan in this championship? Basically suffering my way through it, pretty much. I'm, Alright, let me just make sure I have all this right. Yes. I am basically gonna just go with the flow, essentially. I was gonna do, like, 5 races every stream for 3 days in a row, but the way everything's panning out, I might have to just do as many races as I can and then just stop whenever I've had enough, really. I could do 7 races this stream. I don't know, but... And there goes the force feedback again. Oh my god. I think I have an idea. Because I had to switch force feedback types on port 1, but I didn't do it for port 2, which is the fix for the force feedback shutting off in the first place. So let me try that. And we'll see if it does it anymore. I mean, I think it is simulated, but to be honest, it probably doesn't make that much of a difference in the first place, so I don't really think it matters. Especially given our current lead. Yeah, I mean, I could do it like that, but I can't stream next weekend, or next weekend? Yeah, next weekend, because not only is that the deadline, but I also won't be in town during that weekend, so... What I would like to do is get this done in 3 days, do the cleanup stream the day after, and then the 24-hour starting on Monday. I can't do the 24-hour over the weekend either because I'll have some stuff to do then as well, but yeah, it's just going to be like a straight up marathon run to the end. And I really want to get back to making my other content as well, so it's kind of why I'm like trying to get this done as quick as possible. Just so once it's over, and then I can put all my focus and attention into other stuff. Ironically, it's going to be even more GT4 content, but yeah. And GT7. I'll probably never touch like the base version of the game again after this. So any future GT4 content is most likely going to be Spec 2 and online only. Which I actually haven't touched Spec 2 in quite a while. For no other reason than if I am playing GT4, then I'm either doing this or playing online. Really, there's not a lot for me to do on Spec 2, other than that 200 points challenge, which I stopped months ago, but whoa! Deadly curb. Yeah, I have a 91-ish%, but it seems low because there's a lot of races I have to go back and actually get a gold trophy on. Mostly championship races. Also traffic. Hello. Book. Book? What's a book? That's payback. Anyway, I kind of lost my entire train of thought. What was I just talking about 15 seconds ago? Oh, a percentage. Yeah, so the cleanup stream that I'm always talking about, that's basically me going back to older championship events and getting those gold. There's at least like 20 to 30 races, I think. Most of them are in extreme events, but there's also like a few one-make championships I have to go back to. The 2CV one being one of them. I think the first race I got silver or something. But yeah, I'll basically have to scan through every single event in the game trying to find which ones I didn't gold. I probably should have just done it as I was recording those episodes, but I don't know. It definitely would have saved me a lot of trouble by this time. What's up, Adam? Welcome back. See you as always. Oh, there goes the mouse again. Oh, the car is like infinitely better now. I can actually go through the chicane with a decent amount of confidence. Every now and then it will get just a tiny bit loose, but it's like completely manageable now. I'm pretty sure like most of that problem was the ride height. Because it was at like 45 and now it's at 65, which is the max. I think the front downforce is helping a little bit too. Yeah, just a combination of crazy downforce and ride height, I think. Because this game kind of does weird things with high downforce, like in the Group C cars especially, the rear wheels will literally clip into the ground, and that's why you hear like all that tire chirping noise going down straights. And that's also why it kills your back tires so fast in those cars. I wonder if lowering downforce in Group C cars would actually mitigate that. My frame rate's like really weird right now. Through my monitor at least. Okay. Bonk the wall. Oh yeah, it absolutely is. It should have been just 10 races for starters, and races probably like half as long. But then again, they decided to throw in two 24-hour races on the same track. Except one doesn't have chicanes, woo. I think I just saw a mosquito. Either that or that was one really bad floater in my eye. If it is a mosquito, I'm going to hunt it down. You're toast. Also, I just realized my light's not even on. Fix that. Come on, work. Work. All right. Yeah, that better not be a mosquito. And now that I know there's a mosquito in my room, I'm gonna be super anxious about every little hair that moves. Hate those things. Alright, I'm gonna switch to the tryhard cam, just because I drive better in it. The sooner I get these races done, the better, even if it's just like 1 second per lap. That's not helping. Oh my, I forgot to pit again. I'm not even paying attention. 8 laps, not 9. And the tires are worse this time around, too. They just die so fast in these cars, because you're stuck with mediums, and it's just like, meh. Sneaks up on you. Alright. Alright. At least it's the fronts dying first and not the rears. Yeah, Spec 2 has a dealer for this car now, so should be able to buy any tires. I hope that's enough fuel, by the way. I was not paying attention to how much I had. Also, I could try the chase cam, but gonna be by far the worst in this. Alright, we are a third of the way through this. Only 26 minutes down, so this race is only going to be like an hour, 15 minutes-ish. One of the shorter ones by far. These are all like distance-based races, so tracks with higher average speed are going to get done quicker. Which theoretically means that super speedway should be the fastest of all of them, but with the amount of pit stops you'll have to do. Not exactly sure. Yeah, the bumper cam can be weird to a lot of people. I got used to it over time, but it did take a while. I was pretty much forced to switch to it for GT4 Online because it's the only one with a mirror. Okay. Can you point in the right direction, please? Thank you. Yeah, for sure, Monaco's gonna be the worst. Well, Nürburgring is gonna be the worst. I think Monaco's gonna be worse than Lasarth, though, I think. That was solid, not gonna lie. Well, I guess the only thing that's left for me to do is race against my own best lap, like every other endurance race. Not gonna lie, now that one of you mention it, I kind of do miss Gran Turismo 3 a little bit. I've been eager to play it. Probably not like an entire run or challenge run of it, but just casually. Like just speed run my way to like the wind and get the 787B. Or just try to see how fast I can get a Formula GT car. Did one of the AI cars glitch out? It's kind of like all by itself. I don't think it actually skipped the pits. I think it... Because, like, the Formula GT cars on this game, sometimes they just stop driving. I think that's what happened. I also want to play GT2 a lot. GT2 and 3. But as far as like content goes for November and December, it's mostly going to be focused on 7, I think, and 4. Where are you, you piece of shit? I saw you. Mosquito confirmed. Where is it? I lost it. Fuck. I missed it. No! Curses. And I had him. I was like inches away. Inches away. And now he's probably going to sneak attack me. There's a mosquito camping in my room. Ugh. That's what I get for opening the windows on a cool night. And it just happens to be in my room, of all places. Oh, what am I doing? I didn't even hit my brakes. Alright, hit this lap, hit this lap, hit this lap. Hit the slap. Please. Oh. Where am I going? I don't think my brain is fully booted up just yet. Kinda went to bed, like, way too late. I forgot to pit! Ah! What is wrong with me? I was just saying it a minute ago. Dude, like, I'm not even joking, like, something actually might be wrong with my brain compartment, because, like, 2 weeks ago, I was at, like, a job, like, exam test thingamajiggy, and the guy was telling me stuff, like, make sure you do this, make sure you don't do that, and then it just, like, it doesn't register. And I forget what he says, like, 5 seconds after he says it. I think it was a Tsukuba 9-hour. I think it actually broke me. Alright, there we go. Honestly, it wasn't really that bad that time. Jeez. Make sure the Vito isn't actually on me. No, I actually did not find a truck. There were more races I could have done, but I think I just, like, realized I was spending too much time on that series whenever I could have been doing other things, so it ended up, like, going to the very bottom of my priority list. I'm really not going to have the time to do challenge runs like that, at least not for a while. I mean, we have 20 to 25 hours of rambling to do anyways, so might as well. But, oh, there goes my mouse. But right now, after this series is done, my priority is going to be, like, posting the videos that actually do well. But I don't want it to be like the milquetoast, like, just gameplay GT7 videos, which, yeah, a lot of people do like. They do, sometimes at least, get a solid amount of views, but I kind of want to go, like, a little beyond that, though. Actually start doing some real shit, you know? But it can't be for nothing. Like, I've been around for long enough to understand, like, at least somewhat how YouTube works and what content is a waste of time and what stuff is actually going to pay off. So I'm just going to optimize the time that I spend on here a little bit better. And doing challenge runs, that kills, like, so much time for not, like, a guaranteed outcome. Because sure, there's, like, a ton of Gran Turismo 4 challenge runs that have done really well on YouTube, but they're all kind of like all the ideas are pretty much taken up now. There's like not much left to do. Not only that, but there's also like there's a lot of smaller channels that actually did their own challenge runs as well, but they never got like past 10,000 views. I was getting recommended them, like a few of them yesterday when I was just looking through my older videos, but actually, well, most of my, well, I guess it depends on what you consider a video essay, but most of my video essay stuff actually did fairly well. Like the Gran Turismo 4 modern day one, the one that I titled like a BuzzFeed article. This game is from 2004. Here's what it's like today. Like, that's actually one of my best performing videos. Over 500k views. Didn't take that long to make, and I didn't have to bloat it with too much filler. But that one did fairly well. But every other video that's over 100,000 views, most of them are just like GT7 gameplay videos, which is, it's whatever. I mean, people clearly watch it, but it doesn't really do good for the channel growth, if that makes sense. People don't stick around for more of that. It's kind of like eye candy for a few seconds, and then they move on with their day. So, yeah. The Spec 2 coverage videos, those did really well as well. But I guess that was, like, bound to happen anyways, because people like GT4 and something new and exciting is coming out for it. People want to know about it, so it kind of made sense why those did well. But whenever I do something like GT7 daily races, for example, number one, I'm not like exceptionally good at it, especially compared to other streamers. And I don't have an established audience that's here for that stuff. So it's kind of going to be extremely difficult for me to get into that where I am now. So I'm kind of ruling that out, like right off the bat, at least until like the next game or something. So I just need to figure out, like, what content can I make that's not only semi-original, at least, something that feels like it's my own and not just piggybacking off the other, like, off other channels. What can I make that's not just milquetoast, get a quick view, and, like, fast food style content, essentially. That's kind of what, like, most of my popular videos are. It's fast food content. Nobody who sees that sticks and clicks the subscribe button to stick around to see more. They just see a cool looking game and then they move on with their day. So, whatever I move on to next, it has to be informative or educational, entertaining in a personality way, which I kind of have a milquetoast personality myself, so there's that. Or it has to be, like, I don't know, something that's better than the competition. Yeah, I do have a decent, like, commentary voice, but not, like, live commentary, of course. I still, like, stumble over my words quite often. Like, I can't, if I were to try to, like, live commentary a race, it would be a disaster. But in terms of, like, video essay stuff, yeah, I could work around that. It would still be hard trying to record it and having to cut it up so much, but the voice is kind of there, I guess. Oh, believe me, it happens all the time, especially whenever I'm trying to multitask. It'll happen, like, plenty of times during the stream, believe me. Some days it's worse than others, but it's not like a full-on, like, actual speech impediment stutter type thing. It's just... I'm speaking faster than my brain can register, if that makes sense. Why is this 60 laps? Because torture. Oh yeah, there's always an audience for something. Even like, there's like so many instances of like annoying, like actually annoying voices on like YouTube shorts or YouTube channels, but the channels just do like so well. It's mostly the channels that make content aimed for younger audiences who speak in that very obnoxious, like, in-your-face type of voice. Y'all probably know what I'm talking about. It's all done on purpose. They don't really sound like that in real life. But whenever the camera turns on or whenever the microphone turns on, it's obnoxious. That's one line I will never cross. I can't, like... I would be disappointed in myself if I had to put on that face and put on that voice for a video. I'm talking like whenever Mr. Beast just like screams at the very beginning of the video. I gathered 100 old people versus 100 young people and they're gonna have a tug of war. It's not exactly like that, but you get the point. Also, my apologies for doing that to y'all. But I had to have some sort of example. Yeah, the YouTube influencer voice. Exactly. I probably should have pit, but oh well, it's not too bad yet. Dude, yeah, it's like... It's a weird anomaly, is that the right word? Like... And YouTube's doing nothing about it either. It used to... Actually, well, to be honest, it used to be a whole lot worse. Like, 2016 to 2018, oh my god, there was like a pandemic of cursed children's content on YouTube. It was even showing up in my feed. But... Do y'all remember, I don't even know if I should explain it, it's that cursed, but H3H3, back when he actually made good videos, he talked about it in a video once. It was Spider-Man and Elsa. Yep, Elsa Gate. You nailed it. That was, those are some dark times. I don't see that kind of stuff anymore, probably because I, like, trained my algorithm to show me stuff that I actually want to watch. Over time, like, whenever I see a video that does not interest me at all, or is gonna lead me down a rabbit hole of just cursed shit, I click the three little dots and I click not interested, or I click don't recommend channel. And basically, like, for the past couple years, I've been... Any kind of, like, short that I come across with a video that's just, like, hustle culture or completely AI generated or anything that's just pure slop content, I click don't recommend channel or not interested, so I basically try to train the algorithm to not show me that stuff. It doesn't work 100% of the time. Sometimes it will still like slip through the cracks, but most of my homepage is pretty clear of slop. You'll never fully get rid of it though. Everybody these days is I was even getting these videos in my recommendations like yesterday. So yesterday, I don't know how it started, but I was starting to get recommended videos of like how to make money on YouTube or how to grow a channel, etc. All those. It's the same. Everybody who makes those videos, like, they're the same exact videos. They say the same advice or give out the same formula, which is essentially download somebody else's video, make a short of it, edit it down to where it's like only like 5 to 10% of the original or something. I forgot what the exact words were, of course, but it's basically the same across every single one. It's like, find a podcast or a YouTube or like a clip from a YouTube video, turn it into a short, throw subtitles on it, do a voiceover, throw some certain sound effects in there, have a hook, have a second hook to keep the viewers engaged. It's all the same like shit. And that's like half of shorts nowadays. It's just slop. You content barnacle. But yeah, I mean, like, that's what I'm, like, competing against. That's what everybody's competing against. We're competing against the content farms and the bots and AI. Of course, like, there's always going to be, like, an audience that automatically blocks that sort of content from showing up on their feed, like me. But it's never going to go away. Even if YouTube were to start cracking down on stuff like that, they'll never fully get rid of it. To be honest, I think they should change their monetization policy. Not make it harder for legit channels to get monetized, but put in some kind of system to where once a channel is reviewed for monetization, they're able to tell much better if it's all just AI slop or if it's like unoriginal content. Because to me, it just feels like they're giving monetization to whoever asks for it. And monetization is the #1 reason why there's so much, like, garbage on YouTube, on Facebook, on every platform. And people will watch it too. Especially on Facebook. Facebook boomers. They'll see an AI-generated video of a cat saving, like, a toddler from drowning in the ocean. And they'll believe it's real. And you'll see so many, like, obviously bot comments, but comments of just emoji spam or broken English. It's like actual dead internet. Oh, okay. Nando Loris almost... Yep, almost destroyed me again. Yeah. Anyway, what were we talking about before I got into that little rant? Oh, right. So, as far as, like, this channel, there is something that's coming up that I'm actually kind of excited for, and it's going to be semi-different from the usual content, but it does still kind of relate. GTR Festival USA is coming to Texas next month, and I'm trying to get a media pass for it. I doubt it'll happen because my channel's mostly gaming, so If they approve me for a media pass, I'll be shocked, to be honest. But either way, I'm gonna go there, and I'm just gonna film like the entire 3 days, just like film everything. It's basically like all the best GTRs of North America that are gonna be there. I don't know if I'm gonna do like interviews with the owners or anything, but I'm mostly gonna be focused on like cinematic shots and like videos of the drag races. And I'm just gonna see like how that content does on this channel. And I kind of want to just like, because here's the thing, right? I can't do this forever. At least like gaming content. Eventually it's going to run dry. Eventually it's going to get bored. And I'm going to want to like pursue bigger and better things. But IRL content, that's something that I can see being able to do like more long term. Not full time probably. It might just have to be like in relation to whatever other careers or businesses I want to start that revolve around it. But yeah, eventually I want to transition into like more IRL focused, but still keeping it like car related. I've talked about it like in previous Let's Play episodes and streams and stuff, but yeah, that's still like on my mind. But if you're doing anything that revolves around cars, it's super expensive, and cars are a terrible investment. So if I were to start collecting stuff, then I wouldn't get my money back. It would just be like a money pit that I'm just burning a hole through my pockets, essentially. So that's more of like a pipe dream type thing. I need to find something to where I can make good content, but not spend so much money making that content, and be able to do it long term. I'm not looking to become like the next Cletus McFarland or Adam LZ or anything. If I do, then sick. If not, oh well. But bare minimum, I would like to just have like a shop, a track car, and like a decent, be able to make a decent living. Whether it be through a YouTube channel or a business related to cars, like maybe I open up an RX-7 shop for example. That's actually like my dream business. I want to do like a there's this other YouTuber, he used to go by Tommy F Yeah, but now the channel is called Garage S0. And yeah, there's a lot of controversy about like previous drama with another YouTuber in his past and yada yada yada. I don't really care for that, but he knows how to build a nice GTR. He knows how to build a nice Evo. He has like a nice Porsches. Like, I've watched his channel for years. I've seen him go from having a couple FDs in a garage at one point. Then he had his first R32 in a small shop. And he basically just worked his way up over the years, and now he has like one of the best GTR resto mod shops in the entire country. And that's kind of what I want to do, but with RX-7s. I want to have like an RX-7 specialty restoration resto mod type shop, where FDs, FCs, FBs, even like maybe RX-3s and stuff like that, customers basically bring them into the shop, we restore them, we build them, detail them, etc., and just like have basically one of those kind of shops, but be one of the best in the country. That's like the dream. That's not going to be something that I get to in like less than 5 years though. But something along those lines would be really, really nice. Maybe we'll do like not just RX-7s, but we can do like RX-7s and Evos, because that's what I'm into. GTRs are cool, but I'm probably not going to be able to compete in the GTR like restoration or modding market. It's probably like way too oversaturated as it is. All the rich kids are either going to take it to Garage S0 or a Mori Factory or HKS or something like that. Hey, FTOs too, yeah. But I don't think there's enough FTO enthusiasts for like a build of that level though, because what a Garage S0 does, you could take like not like a total shitbox car. It has to have like a solid starting point still, but basically you take your GTR in, they do an engine swap or an engine build, they paint the engine bay, they zinc plate all of the hardware, so every little nut and bolt that goes in the engine bay, they remove all those, they get them zinc plated, which is like a nice gold, like not pearlescent, but like, I guess it is kind of, it's like a color shift kind of plating. It looks super nice whenever you have like the whole engine bay done up, but essentially at the end of it, you have like a brand new looking GTR. That's the kind of thing, like, basically bring them back from, not the dead, because if your GTRs are rusted out, then good luck, but they essentially look like they just rolled off the dealer floor with whatever, like, parts you wanted to get on it. So, something like that, but with RX-7s, Evos, or well, almost anything else. You kind of have to like specialize in one certain thing. You can't do everything. But I want to have like one of those kind of shops in Texas. Well, yeah, but like an FTO enthusiast that's willing to spend 50 grand to make their FTO look brand new. There's a lot of GTR guys that will put that kind of money down to have something like that done. And I believe there's going to be RX-7 guys that will be willing to do that as well, because RX-7s, the value of those has been really high for years. So I'm pretty sure there will be a market for that, especially since a lot of RX-7s they need engine rebuilds. They need the vacuum lines for the sequential turbos. People call it the rat's nest, but those actually crack over time, and you have to do like complete rebuilds of that too, which only like a couple, well, I wouldn't say a couple, but you'd have to know exactly what you're doing to fix something like that. And that's usually like what causes everybody to either get rid of the sequential turbos in general or just swap to an LS engine, which is sacrilege. And plus, I'll be able to look at RX-7s all day. That's the best part. But stuff like this that I'm talking about, like, at least until you get the business side of things rolling outside of YouTube, and having like actual customers, I'm talking like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to get to that starting point. That's going to have to be something that I build up over YouTube over time. Not only just posting videos, but posting the right kind of videos that actually do well. So that's kind of like the ultimate dream right now. Not so realistic, especially like considering what's gonna happen with the economy and like emissions regulations, all this other shit in the next 5 to 10 years. Nobody knows. But whenever it comes to stuff like that, you can't just like say no to everything you want to do just because of like what if, you know? Sometimes you just gotta go for it. So there's going to be like a lot of strategy in my channel over the next like couple years, trying to just set myself up for something like that in the future. Even if I don't get all the way to that point in a reasonable time, anything that allows me to make more IRL content would be better. Yeah, AI is never going to be able to replace like certain kinds of videos, and well, gaming content, it might take a little bit of a hit, but not a full hit, and IRL videos, like build videos of cars or vlogs or track videos or whatever does good these days. Oh, wow. That hasn't happened in a while. But stuff like that, I don't think AI and all this other bullshit is gonna really affect it that much. But eventually, like, the younger audience that is watching AI slop these days, they're probably gonna keep watching it, to be honest, and I say the younger audience, but boomers watch it as well. It's kind of like both ends of the threshold that watch AI, but everybody in the middle is either, like, disgusted by it or just don't really care, I guess. But yeah. I think the worst thing for me to do right now would be to, like, stop YouTube entirely and just, like, try to get, like, a job in software development or some shit, because that's what AI is going to kill entirely, like, first. If you're a software developer or a coder of any kind, your days are probably numbered. So that's probably like the worst thing I could get into right now. Anything that any kind of career or job, whether it's entertainment or like a business, if it involves hands-on work, you're probably not gonna be replaced anytime soon. But you could be getting replaced by some of the guys that are losing their job to AI. So there's that. Oh, alright. I tried to go into the pits, but I was too late. You know what? I agree. I have a really bad procrastination problem as well. But I mean, I've always had procrastination issues. AI is kind of like a new thing, a new threat. You know, I'd probably be like well over 100,000 videos. Hopefully not. I'd probably be well over 100,000 subscribers right now if, to be honest, one, if I ditched this series entirely whenever GT7 came out. Two, whenever I started if I just capitalize on GT7 more than I did, like streaming daily races every couple times a week, getting into like being one of the top news channels wherever it comes to GT7, etc. Like, if I would have locked in on the content that actually grows channels a little bit more, then I'd probably be well over 100k by now. But I'm not, so. And I didn't. Most of those things I didn't do, it's because I just didn't want to do it. Not because I didn't think it was a bad idea or whatever. So, yeah. That's kind of like... So I've said this a million times, but I started YouTube technically way back in 2012. It wasn't racing game content back then. It was... My first video ever was a Minecraft video recorded on Bandicam at like 10 FPS. So, yeah. Unfortunately, like, a lot of my earlier videos don't exist anymore, but... It started out on Minecraft and Call of Duty back then. And I did that for a couple years. And then in 2016, I believe, I started a car vlog channel. That one got to like 600 subscribers after a year or so. And then I stopped doing that. And then... I'm actually kind of losing track of which channels... Or which. My Desperate for Views channel, which is like my general gaming channel that I don't really post on that much. I started that one in 2019 or 18, I think. But at that point, I wasn't vlogging anymore, and I got back into Call of Duty for a little bit. And then I started posting Minecraft, and then I think that was the last thing I did before I started this one. So, this channel, even though it technically started around, COVID era 2020. Bonk. Okay, yep. I don't think I've actually spun out here yet. But this channel I started in 2020, technically. As far as, like, consistent uploading and stuff. But it was the first one to not only pass 1,000 subscribers and get monetized, but also, like, I got, like, real opportunities along the way. Like, with Thrustmaster and Next Level Racing. Going to the GTWS events. And I, like, whenever I first started, like, it was all about this series. I didn't think it was gonna, like, get anywhere, like, success-wise or whatever. It was just, like, a COVID boredom thing. And then I just started experimenting and uploading different kinds of videos. Videos that I knew, like, did well on other channels. So it wasn't really an original idea at all. But it worked over time, and, yeah. I don't even know where I was going with this, really, but... Now that I know that there is, like, it's not, sim racing in general, racing game content, it's not the best niche. Especially, like, if you're looking to, like, do really, really well. But there is something there. It's definitely something. But the best potential by far is, like, IRL type content. I believe, like, everybody watches IRL content, but only some people watch, like, gaming or streams and stuff like that. Okay. Alrighty, well. Twice in less than a lap. So, yeah. I've kind of been goofing around. I guess, like, my point to everything is, ever since 2012, like, most of those years I spent goofing around. There was, like, maybe 6 months or so when I was, like, serious with YouTube, which was, like, the start of GT7 once I realized, like, there's actually something to this. And then eventually I just got bored. I think I cared about it a little too much, and then I just said, fuck it. But now I'm kind of like, that spark's kind of like reigniting a little bit. Your niche in sim racing is not being bald, boring, and British. You know, there are definitely a lot of Brits in the sim racing scene. Especially on YouTube, that's for sure. It's like 80% of the channels, Brits. I rarely see, like, American sim racing YouTube channels. I don't know why, but It just be like that. Yeah, like, even... I would just say, like, YouTube in general, like... I see, like, so many... Especially when it comes to, like, the gaming niche in general, like, the entire thing. There's so many, like, Brits. But where it comes to, like, IRL streamers, like, that's... It's really weird, like... Streamers... There's way more Americans, at least to me, it feels like. But YouTubers, it feels like there's way more Brits. I don't know. I'm hoping at some point, like, so... I actually don't live that far away from, like, a big... I'm talking gargantuan Bitcoin data center. It's basically a big Bitcoin, like, mine farm. It's ridiculous. It's like an absolute stain on the landscape. The whole area looks like shit. It sounds very loud and very obnoxious, but... it exists. There's a big Bitcoin mining operation a couple counties away from me. And they have, like, transmission lines out the wazoo, like, all feeding into that one place. And they have an entire, like, lake right next to it as a cooling pond. Like, just... I can't imagine, like, the amount of power that sucks up off the grid. It's not their own power. They're not producing their own power. They're feeding off the grid. And it's just like a big Bitcoin mining operation. Massive warehouses. And you walk up to it and you just hear this dreadful noise. And, like, I'm hoping at some point not only power companies, but also, like, government regulation starts to crack down on that shit, because they are using way too much power. And now our bills are going up because of it. I don't get it. But yeah, I hate the idea of AI. I don't like it. It has its place in certain things, but people are just using AI to make everything. They're using it for their jobs. They're using it for their content. It's just like... I hope something's done about it soon, because it can't keep going on like this. You can't keep getting away with it. Also, the race is over. Yay. There we go. 14 to go. AI is good for memes. Like, guerrilla vlogs and... I don't know, like, funny... like trail cam photos and shit like that. But that's it. That's all it's ever good for. Me personally, I use ChatGPT to, like, whenever I have to Google something but it's too complex of a question, like it's very specific or whatever, I'll usually use ChatGPT for it, because if you try to Google search something that's too long, Google will just not even try. Or it'll just show you, like, a bunch of irrelevant shit. But, yeah, that's basically all I use it for. I also use it to edit a Minecraft mod, too. I was using, what's it called? It's like Lithosphere. It's a terrain generation mod. I was trying to make the mountains taller and bigger and more frequent. And I spent probably 4 or 5 hours going back and forth on ChatGPT, making it rebuild the data pack over and over again because it just was not working. So, yeah, it could only do so much even with that. But it kind of worked, so it should be good for the race. But yeah, AI, it has its place in certain cases, but it's just becoming like the main, everybody's main tool for literally everything they do nowadays. It's sad. Alright, before this race starts, I need to use the restroom, so BRB. Yes, I washed my hands. Or did I? Alright. I have one concern, and that is tire wear. So, yeah. I will probably be pulling away from them. I just gotta get the last turn nailed down. But tire wear is the biggest concern, by far. Tupac in WWE? That's new. Have any of y'all come across those AI cat videos? Where it's like these humanoid giant cat things that are... It's so bizarre. But I could see why Facebook boomers would eat that shit up. If you ever use YouTube signed out, it'll probably show up on your homepage. Because they have like tens of millions of views. It's ridiculous. Also, that is that's strange. My front inside tire is wearing faster than my outside. It's not normal. Technically, the outside tire is supposed to be getting the most yeah. Also, like, driving off the banking is actually giving me more grip. GT4. Not enough to go flat out, though, but... I don't think Hollywood, like, real actors and shit like that, I don't think they're gonna be replaced by AI, but I know for sure video effects artists, graphic designers, CGI people, whatever you want to call them, they are definitely going to get replaced. They're going to get replaced by somebody that knows how to do an AI prompt. And yeah, if you thought Marvel looked terrible nowadays, just wait for another year or two. It's going to be turbo slop CGI. They're probably already using AI for Avengers Doomsday right now. Half their movies are... Well, not half their movies, but like half the movies... AI is probably used in half of the... This is it. This is where my brain compartment shuts down. You know what I mean? This actually drives, like, kind of decent around here. I thought it was going to be, like... Yeah. More rough. Yeah, entertainment industry, I think only some jobs and careers are going to be at stake, but the biggest threat AI has is towards software developers, programmers, IT guys, ironically, because those are the guys making the AI in the first place. They are literally building their own replacement. Of course, not every IT guy is working on developing AI models, but that's the number one reason why I do not want to get into that field. Yes, there is a lot of money to be made, but probably not a whole lot of time remaining there. Yeah, it is weird. Like, there's so many movies in, like, the mid-2000s and earlier that had, like, super good CGI. Like, Pirates of the Caribbean. My brain's already shutting down. Yeah, stuff like that. This is, like, a prime example, really, but... Pirates of the Caribbean, Transformers, that had, like... Transformers, I think, still to this day, like, the first two movies at least, had some of the best CGI, like, in any... Like, almost any movie. That was, like, rock solid. And it also feels like it was, like, by far the most expensive to make, but... If you look at a modern Marvel movie nowadays, they will literally CGI a guy that's just standing there and talking. I saw this one She-Hulk clip where She-Hulk meets Daredevil on like a parking garage roof or some shit, and they CGI'd the entire thing. Of course, like, I don't think the actor for Matt Murdock, I forgot his name off the top of my head, but I don't think he's good enough to do, like, flips and shit when he was fighting her, but that whole thing was CGI, and it looked terrible. It was depressing. But that's, like, that's Marvel nowadays. They'll just CGI anything instead of using practical effects that probably wouldn't cost them that much. Also, my front left, still for some strange reason, is the one that's wearing down the fastest, but it's almost cooked. Oh no, I do not need any of that. Boost, please. Thank you. Alright, I gotta figure out real quick how much I want to pit. I think I'm just gonna pit now. Or next lap, just to keep it even. But that will leave me with 7 laps at the end, so I'm just gonna pit now. Every 19 laps. Hope that's the right choice. I haven't seen any Fantastic Four movie in a very long time, but I don't remember the Silver Surfer one, like, from the mid-2000s. I think it was 2004 when that came out. Something like that, but... Wait, am I still in... Oh, wow. I'm still in P1. I'll take it. I didn't actually know I was 2 laps ahead. And there's still 1 behind. Alright, well, I guess even if I do pit that often, it shouldn't be a problem. Could get a new PB right here with the slip. But, I just have, like, whenever it comes to, like, movies in general, I have really bad superhero fatigue, and I've had it for a long time. I didn't even watch, like, most of the Avengers movies, and I got superhero fatigue just from people, like, constantly talking about it. It's like, alright, how many times can you essentially tell the same story over and over again? Spider-Man is a perfect example of that. One Spider-Man wasn't enough, then they had to get another one, and another one, and another one, and they all kinda had the same story. Boo-hoo, somebody who got really lucky with superpowers to make them incredibly strong, reflexive, like, flexible, and all this shit. You have some personal problems going on in your life, boo-hoo. Same story, over and over and over again. Like, come on. That's all it is nowadays. I mean, at least Avengers, it's like, yeah, universal threat. Sure. But it's like, how many times can you, like, copy and paste the same character over and over? Yeah. It makes money, that's the only reason why it's around. But, like, some sort of, like, storytelling standards would be nice. The recent superhero, I wouldn't really call him superhero, but Daredevil. I really liked Daredevil, the series, the Netflix series. I liked Punisher. And, well, those two, they're like entirely different from, like, most superhero origin stories and shit like that. Punisher especially. But, I really, really like those 2 shows. And, I was into The Boys for the first few seasons. Last season was kind of eh. They're getting a little... I don't know. The Boys is... It has some, like, really awesome moments, but also some, like, really just, like, cringy and especially disgusting moments. Like, some of the scenes in that show are just like, what the fuck? Like, I can't recommend this show to, like, half of the people that I know, because they would be, like, so grossed out and be like, what the fuck are you watching? You know? There's, like, so much of that unnecessary shit in The Boys, but everything else about it, like, especially season 1 and 2, ooh, that was a really good show. Yeah, it's the milk scenes, there's like so many examples. I can't really explain most of them. It's that bad. But it's like so unnecessary. It really, that kind of shit doesn't really add anything to the story. It's just there to be edgy, I guess. But yeah, it's really like The Boys, like as a show, as a story, it's like a super cool concept. Like all these superhero stories, like from Marvel and DC, it's all about the people who are powerful and act in good faith. Or good faith, that's not the right word, but the heroes, superpower people, like they're all the good guys, and the bad guys don't really do like anything that crazy. But The Boys is like the spin on it to where, like, what if normal people did actually get powerful and then they abused it for their own gain, or like a more realistic spin on it, I guess you would say. It's a cool concept, but it's just like some of the things they do, it's just like, come on. Don't need that. But other than that, I don't really watch any other kind of superhero stuff. Not Fantastic Four, not Superman. Yeah. Just not into it. I haven't watched the new Daredevil season on Disney Plus yet because that requires getting Disney Plus. Yuck. But I don't know if it's any good. And I'm really curious to see what they do with Punisher, because Punisher is supposed to be like the most brutal out of all of them. Like the Netflix show, they had some pretty grotesque scenes in there, but it was mostly like gore related. It wasn't like The Boys level disgust. But I don't know if Disney has the balls to do something like the Netflix show was. I might go watch the new Spider-Man movie because Punisher is supposed to be in it, but I don't know. They might ruin him in that movie too, because they're obviously not going to make a R-rated Spider-Man movie. It's going to be PG-13 at most, so Punisher's not going to be his true self. At least I don't think. So I should be pitting this lap, but my tires are still okay, so I'll just go one extra. Ooh, okay. Almost missed. Alright, so we're a third of the way through this. 18 minutes down. We might actually finish this in less than an hour. So, that would be nice. But I think these are actually the shortest 2 races of the whole series, if I'm not mistaken. Wait a minute, isn't there a test course race? I think there's actually a test course race. I'm not certain, though. No? Okay, thank God. Also, random thought, I wonder what happened to this track IRL. Because last I heard, during the 2011 earthquake, it basically destroyed the track at one spot. Like, it basically cracked all the way down it, and like somewhere along the banking, to where like one piece of the road was like this, and the other piece of the road was like this. You know what I mean? But I actually haven't heard anything about that in recent years, so I don't know if the track is still like decommissioned or if they rebuilt it and just haven't used it for any big races or anything, or what's going on. That might actually be a question for Chat GPT. One of those rare instances. I was not expecting this much of a lead, especially this early on. Also, I think every race, or maybe every other race, I'm going to back out to the main menu so the game can save, and then I'll just jump back in. I'd rather do that than rely on save states. Just to make sure. Big slipstream. Works. Really surprised that wasn't a best lap. I think the front end is trying to lift a little bit. Yeah, this is like actually one of the hardest. Or the endurance race for this track is like one of the hardest. Because you're basically. You're not really. You're not really pulling away from the AI because their tire wear is just that much better. So because of you pitting more often and not really that many chances to pull away from them, just doing laps, it kind of holds you back a lot. But if you tune your suspension, like getting rid of the toe, lowering the camber maybe, and doing whatever else for tire wear, then you probably could get like an extra couple laps out of it. And then just run on like hards or something. Alright, this has got to be it. This lap right here. Nope. That was an unexpected little boost in grip. Also, the next race after this is New York, which is 74 laps. And, I think the laps time-wise are a little bit longer than Tokyo, so it's probably going to be over an hour and a half for that one. Also, it's going to be like... New York is not suited for this car either. Because it's just 90-degree corners, low speed. Gonna be a whole lot of wheel spin. Oh, there's a lot of Gran Turismo 4 tracks that aren't in GT7. A lot of them. Now that I think about it, I think I should add another lap to my pit cycles. Probably should have been doing that. So that instead of just pitting at the end for another 7 laps, I kind of like even it out over time. So I don't have to do an extra pit at all. I think just going an extra lap or 2 on dead tires is going to be way faster than an extra pit. And the tires aren't really dead. I still have, like, the tires that are supposed to be getting the most grip have the least wear. Still don't understand how that's working. I'm really curious to see, like, where they even go with the PS6, because, like, where else is there to go? They already have NVMe SSDs for loading times. The graphics, I mean, all they can really do is push the graphics more, which is going to be 8K Is it going to be like 8K 120 hertz? That'd be something. Is it going to be like better ray tracing, which really, who cares about ray tracing nowadays? I think everybody's over it, including me. Or is it just going to be like better CPU power, where like for the next GT game, GT8, you'll be able to like do races with like 32 AI on the track instead of 20. That's what I'm hoping for, at least. I hope they prioritize like being able to have like much bigger races. And also like make some changes in the lighting. If they can make headlights work better, it's where like there's not a void in the car, like in front of the car that's in front of you. Or make rain look better. Or make or allow more cars to be on track. It's just a waste. The models are already plenty good enough. I don't think they need to crank up the foliage or whatever nonsense on the side of the track, which you never look at. If they're going to do anything, I hope they focus on, like, car count. There it is again. I just saw it. It just flew right in front of me. Where are you? I think it's gone. There's no way I'm going to find it. It was a mosquito again, for those of you who just joined. Yeah, I mean, speaking of AI... Oh, there it is! It's all you, motherfucker. Motherfucker. It flew in front of my light. Oh, there it is. Dude, this guy is juking me out. Every time. I'll give it 15 more seconds to find him. I think it's gone. It's gone again. Watch it. It's going to show up the moment I resume. It just will. It always does. Ugh. What a troll. All right, brown flag, brown flag. Well, also, I doubt it's going to happen, but I hope for PS6 they release a PSVR 3. I don't think the 2 was successful enough for Sony to bother trying it a third time. Because PSVR 2, it released at like a $550 price tag, and now I think the base price for it is actually $350. If I'm not mistaken. So, pretty steep price cut. Which, yeah, that needed to happen from the very beginning anyways, because $550 was kind of insulting. But I mainly got it to make content with it anyways, so... Either that, or make PSVR 2, like, compatible with PS6 from the get-go. Then that would be nice. Yeah, and backwards compatibility with all previous PlayStation generations. That would be nice too. But it won't happen. I think the disc is going to be completely extinct by that point. It'll be all digital. Everybody will be forced to download 300 gigabyte games. Also, I saw like a headline a couple days ago, something about the Japanese government wanting to crack down more on piracy. And something tells me that it also involves emulation as well. Because they did try to go after emulation like years ago, but they failed. Because they couldn't like link emulation to absolute piracy or whatever. I'm not familiar with the whole situation or whatever, but I think eventually, especially like with what Nintendo's been doing the past few years, they're probably going to try to go after emulation again. Of course, nothing's happened so far with PCSX2, and but who knows? Sony is a Japanese company, but they're not Nintendo. And if Nintendo can do it, Sony probably can as well. Wow. Okay, I actually took that flat out. Was I able to do that this whole time? I don't understand what I did differently. All right. Yeah, I don't get how Nintendo would have the power to do that in the first place. If emulation is not technically illegal, how are they able to shut it down? And then there's also, like, Activision, for an example. They went after all the modded clients for Call of Duty, like IW4X, Plutonium, I forgot what the new one was called. It was for MW2 Remastered, but Activision sent out cease and desists for those projects. And those got shut down. I think there's still, like, the servers and shit for them. I think those are still up, but they just couldn't, like, develop it anymore. I think one big problem with a lot of these projects that people are doing is that they're kind of like on the fence whenever it comes to like the legality of it. And it's usually stuff that the developers themselves chose to do or what not to do. Like for the Crew, I think that's what the game was. It's either the Crew or Project Cars. I forgot which one, but one of those was just recently revived. The games were unplayable because you needed an online connection to play with them, or to play them, and they shut down the servers. So the games are completely unplayable. And then I started seeing tweets about like, hey, we're working on this thing to bring Project Cars, or the Crew, yeah, the first Crew, there's this project to bring it back online or to revive the game or make an offline patch. I forgot which one they were going for, but I kept seeing these tweets over and over again, like, it's a month away, it's a few weeks away, it's coming out soon. It's like, guys, are you trying to get your whole project shut down? Like, really? Like, nobody needs to know this stuff ahead of time? Like, you could just come out and say, like, hey, we made a patch for it, here you go, release it into the wild and make it impossible to shut down then. But if you reveal to the entire world that you're doing something that the developers might not like, then it's more likely to get shut down. GT4 Spec 2 is like, I think it's like a different kind of situation because it's a mod. It's not like it was bringing back online servers or something like that. I think that's like a whole different thing. But nothing ever happened with it. I probably would have approached it a little bit differently if I would have like learned that or like knew about that risk ahead of time, but luckily for us that didn't happen, and Spec 2 is still kicking a year later. Same with GT4 Online. I mean, that kind of came out of nowhere. So GT4 Online got revived in 2021, and it's still around. I guess, like, that still being around by that time kind of made me think, like, Spec 2 was safer in that regard, but some other projects, like, especially the Call of Duty modded clients, like, everybody knows how cutthroat Activision is. But you're posting these development tweets every single day for months leading up to the release, and then wouldn't you know it, like a week before it actually releases, Activision shut it down. So yeah, but that Polyphony did that, so because Polyphony did that, nobody else had to do it. Oh, shit. That slipstream kind of threw me off there a little bit. Never thought I'd actually crash on this track. But yeah, the developers themselves, they fixed GT Sport. If somebody else were to do it, they might have had some issues with Sony or whatever, but I don't know. For an older game like GT4, I don't think Sony or Polyphony themselves really care. Especially now that bigger YouTubers like Jimmy Broadbent, he streamed Spec 2, he made a few videos of Spec 2, and he's still like one of the commentators for GTWS, so I really don't think they care. But Activision, Nintendo, they have shown in the past that they will fuck you up. And that's exactly what they always do. It just depends on a multitude of factors. I could just rest my left foot on the ground now that I don't have to use the brake. The last Nintendo product I ever had was the original Wii, by the way, so yeah. I never had a DS, I never had a Switch. I'm like completely unfamiliar with that world entirely. I had a Game Boy Advance SP when I was like 5, and I had a Wii. Also, now that I mention it, I remember I had Crash Bandicoot for the Game Boy. Game Boy is Nintendo, and Crash is a Sony thing. So I guess it started out on Nintendo, then Sony bought it or something? I don't know how that works, but yeah. I don't know, random thought. Oh, not again. Man, in the late 2000s, the Wii was GOAT. Like, probably one of the all-time greatest consoles, but it was short-lived. It was really fun, but the fun only lasted like a year or so before I got bored with it and went back to PS2. That was close. I think I need to go one more lap. Maybe two. Yeah, two. And then this will be the last pit. You know what DK stands for? Donkey Kong? Yes, actually. Oh, okay. Still need a dictionary. I'm getting hungry. I just realized I did not eat before the stream. But I don't really have that many snacks. Fatal error in my planning. You know, that is a good point. He's clearly a gorilla or ape or whatever, but they call him Donkey. This is it right here. This is the lap. Okay, maybe not for that bump. Alright, never mind. Sub 25. Decent. Yeah, I've just never had a Nintendo console of any kind just because there's not really anything Nintendo makes that interests me. Ooh, I could get back-to-back slipstreams on this next lap. Right here. Oh, wow. I got into it really far back. Just don't bump into them this time. Also, that's probably the best spot to get a slipstream, because I could carry the speed. There we go. Shaved off another 10th. Ten laps ahead. I was expecting like maybe 2 by this point. Oh, oh. Would be cool if I had a Formula style wheel for this. But I don't. Or that and Fanatec is like ridiculously expensive. Alright, well, that was terminally boring, but it's over. Race 2. Oh. Less than an hour long, at least, so that was nice and quick. Swiftly move on. And I cannot save any more replays because somehow the virtual memory card is full, so gonna have to deal with that some other way. Oh, yes, there's a thing I want to do. Start here when you return. Just for security reasons. Click on the right thing. Save state. Save state. Save slot 1. There we go. No more load stating. Don't want none of that. Alright. Let's back out of that real quick. Let the game save legit. And I guess while we're out, let's go ahead and do this. Polish those rims. You missed a spot. Yeah, hopefully I don't get screwed by another one of those. That would be less than ideal. I'm just going to go ahead and change the oil every 2 races, just because. Pretty much everybody's forced to use racing mediums because you can't actually buy other kinds of tires for this. At least not in this version of the game. In Spec 2 you can now, but yeah, they really are. Save states can easily not only set you back, but also corrupt your game entirely, so. Do you wish to continue race 3? Yes, I do. Yeah, make extra sure I'm clicking on the right things. Alright, before this starts, I'm gonna get myself another drink and a snack. So, BRB in a couple minutes. I really should get my intermission screen. Well. Ugh. Some crisp cut H2O, snack, and a start for the race. Honestly, my suspension doesn't look any higher than the other cars. But yeah, I guess 2 centimeters is kind of hard to spot in the first place. So yeah, this is probably gonna be like definitely one of the worst races of the series because slow corners, kind of boring. 74 laps of this. Yeah. Oh. Definitely gonna have to try to avoid most of the curbs here. All right, you're gonna have to get out of my way. Also, 400 miles on the car already, so about 200 every race, looks like. And so, not only is this more laps than Tokyo, but the laps also take longer too, so this is probably going to be like an hour, 45 minutes-ish. And the rear tires are definitely going to have some punishment as well. Oh, a little too close. I'm going to have to throw on my Spotify here pretty shortly. Running out of things to talk about. So, for better or worse, no more rambling. Just lock in and get them laps down. Let me go ahead and do that real quick. Now that you bring up PS Vita, I actually remember I had a PSP, like, middle school through high school. That was a shit. But I spent way too much time on it. Need for Speed Carbon, Own the City, and Midnight Club 3. And I think Midnight Club LA too. I think I had that for PSP. Played the shit out of all three of those. And I had like one MX versus ATV game, but I don't remember exactly which one. I think it was Untamed. But I still had like Midnight Club 3 on PS2 at the time, but I just played it so much more on PSP because I could be like turbo lazy with it. I think I actually had two PSPs. I don't remember, but like in the first year of having it, my screen had like this weird problem with it where like there are these green lines going down like across the entire thing, like tiny little 1 pixel wide green stripes. Something wrong with the screen, but I didn't drop it or anything, it just happened. And so I had to deal with that for a while. And I either got it fixed or I got a different one. I don't remember. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was just something with the board and the way those pixels were arranged or whatever. But yeah, they were essentially dead pixels. Everything else worked on it, though. But yeah, I think I actually... What made me get rid of it is I either dropped it and cracked the screen, or... Oh. I don't remember. It was either 2000 or 3000. I think it was 3000. PSP to this day is like still one of the best handhelds of all time. It was so good. And like it was before the PS3, but it had so many of the PS3 features, like putting your own music on there, connecting to the internet, all that stuff. So it was kind of like PS3 Prologue. I wouldn't say PS 2.5, but like PS3 Prologue. Lol. But I never got a PS Vita. I wonder how much PSPs are going for these days. Like, actual working ones. Whoa. I never had Gran Turismo PSP, though. In fact, I don't even remember that game existing. Otherwise, I would have gotten it. I think like after I got a PS3, I wanted to get GT5, but I started off with Need for Speed Hot Pursuit at first, and then from there I got Call of Duty Black Ops 1, and that's when like I was just super glued to Call of Duty for the next however many years. And somebody bought GT5 for me, but I hardly touched it over the years. It just sat there. So, kind of felt bad for that, but at the same time, I was just so addicted to Call of Duty. It just... Most racing games in general, I just stopped playing. And GT6, I just never bought. I don't think I remember GT6 existing at all because I was just so out of the loop at that time. GT Sport, on the other hand, that is one that I did get on release, but I didn't really play it that much after it. I probably have like a total of 10 to 15 hours in GT Sport, maybe. Most of it being like the first couple weeks. That's a fat pit stop. Very short pit lane. I kind of wish I started this channel back in GT6. Not 5, because I was too young back then. I didn't even have like a capture card at all. I got my first Hapog HD PVR. That's like OG shit right there. I got that in summer of 2012, which was before GT6 came out, but I kind of wish I did start during GT6. But I was still doing Call of Duty and Minecraft back then. Believe it or not, I actually did try to get into GT Sport content pretty early on in 2017. But I made like 1 or 2 videos and then just never continued after a certain point. I think I stopped doing everything like a couple weeks later. Essentially, 2017 was a really... Or was it 2018 to get up? I don't remember, but at some point, I basically stopped playing video games entirely for a year straight. I stopped playing video games 100%. Stopped making YouTube videos, and I basically just locked in, tried to fix some shit, and it worked. And then a year later, I was like, you know what? I've done good the past year. I'm gonna slowly get back into it. But by that point, I was back into Call of Duty shit again, so... That was a good break, though, that 1 year gap. Like, I literally didn't touch a single thing. And it wasn't like I was dying to play anything either. Or I didn't say to myself, like, alright, I'm gonna try to go without playing video games for as long as I can. I just did it. And had no desire to really do much for a year. And the only reason why I started doing it again is because I just thought I could moderate myself a little bit better after that point. The addiction was clearly over, so... And nowadays, I'm still kind of like... Other than playing the shit out of Battlefield 6 whenever that came out last weekend. I'm still pretty good with, like, managing my time. But now that I have a whole YouTube channel around Gran Turismo, it's kind of, like... It's kind of hard to step away from it fully. But... It's not like me being on this thing 24/7 is like a totally bad thing like it was before anyways. I'm actually like getting something in return out of it. So it's all for a good reason now. I actually do have another channel for just general gaming content, but I really never post on it. Because the stuff that I would make videos on would be like Call of Duty Zombies, like older games only though, not like anything Black Ops 3 and before, pretty much. I would only do that, Minecraft, and maybe Battlefield 6. I actually tried to record a lot, but that didn't really get anything interesting enough out of it. But if I do, then it wouldn't be like... There wouldn't be any goals to grow a channel out of it or whatever. It'd just be like posting stuff just to post it. But yeah, that one's... There's 2 channels that are linked on my my main page at the top where the banner is. So one of them is Desperate for Views. That's my other gaming channel, which doesn't really get that much, like I mentioned. And then there's another IRL channel called Rowdy IRL, and I haven't uploaded on that one in like 3 years. But that's mostly just like regular vlogs I just decided to throw up just to see what would happen. It did kind of mid, but whenever whenever GTR Festival happens next month, I'm going to try to film as much as I can there, just like cinematic shots of all the nicest looking GTRs, some clips of the drag races. I'm probably going to make like one big event video for this channel, because it's still car related, and there'll be some like nice interviews with the owners of some cars that I want to try to get. I've never done like in-person interviews or anything like that before, but you gotta start somewhere. So from GTR Festival, it's gonna be like one big event video and then a bunch of shorts of like cinematic edits of the cars there. Kind of like what I do with the GT7 cinematic shorts, just in real life. See what I can do with the equipment that I have. GTR Festival, I'm talking like the best Skylines and GTRs from around the country. Even like from Canada too. Like all of North America essentially. Maybe even some special stuff flown in from Japan. But I'm talking like 2,000 horsepower dragster builds, like spotless, low mileage R34s and R33s, resto mods, like pretty much everything is going to be there. And it's all relevant to this channel too. It's basically Gran Turismo in real life, kind of. But it's not track driving, it's drag racing. Oh. Yeah, maybe, but it's South America's far away, and they'd have to fly it over or ship it over. But I don't really know any. Like, I'm not really familiar with the car culture of South America at all. I know there's got to be something, but I just never see anything about it. Alright, thank you for not ramming me, Nando Loris. I have seen maybe... I've seen one, like, actual R34 GTR in real life. And it was Bayside Blue. I think it was a V-Spec as well, but I don't remember that part. I've seen one of those. And 2 R34 GTTs. And that's it. But now that they're legal here in the States, I'm hoping to see, like, dozens of them at GTR Festival. I want to see a 400R there, and I'm pretty sure there is going to be at least one. And I bet HKS is going to have, like, their own booth there as well. It would be nice to see the HKS R32 there. Yeah, in Florida, you've probably been seeing R34s and R33s for much longer than they've been federally legal. Because in Florida, you can get away with anything. I think I saw the mosquito again. Alright, don't downshift in a second, because I just screws it up. Yeah, I mean, at GTR Festival, there's bound to be at least one 400R. I know there's, like, at least a couple of them in America right now. So... yeah, and V-Specs now, they're going for like $500,000, I think. Or 34 V-Specs, at least. I wonder how much an M-Spec NUR is going for. $455K. Yeah, sounds about right. I dread the day that FDs start going for that much. Maybe Spirit R's are, but I haven't seen any yet. You know one thing I'm really surprised about? One sec. Let me finish chewing here so I don't sound like a pig. I'm surprised that Evos are still relatively affordable compared to other like JDMs right now. You can find an Evo 5 in decent condition for like 35 grand in the States. I would expect them to be like over 50. So I'm probably going to end up with like an Evo before I do an FD. Which, I mean, if that allows me to get a cool JDM car like months or years before an FD, then so be it. I will happily settle with an Evo. I would like an Evo 3, 5, or a 6. Or a 4. I mean, 4 is a nice too, but I'd rather prioritize those 3. I would like a yellow 3, a white 5, or a TME 6. But first I gotta make a few viral videos on YouTube. So for the US, the only Evos that we had were, I think we had 8s, but I know for sure we had 9s and 10s, but that's it. We didn't have 7s or earlier. I'm pretty sure it was 8. It was the first time. Yeah, only the 8 through 10. Which I don't know why. It could have easily competed with the WRX or Impreza here, but we just didn't do it. Oh. That curb is sketchy. Wasn't the Eclipse like a... At least the first generation Eclipse was like also the Eagle Talon type thing? I think it was like a sort of Subaru BRZ Toyota GT86 type thing where two different manufacturers essentially made the same car but slightly different. Nobody cares about the Tiburon V6. There goes the mouse. I never really got into those front-wheel drive four-bangers like the Talon, the Eclipse, the Neon, etc. Wrong-wheel drive and everything. It's pretty much all JDM back then. Oh, I'm way too late on the brakes. Oops. Wrong marker.
Oh, yeah.
Gallant VR4s are one of my favorite Mitsubishis. But I hope they don't bring it back because, like with every car, cars that usually come back with the same name are nothing like the original car. And they're just turned into like milquetoast crossovers. AMD engine electric. Yeah, at least it's not an SUV. Eclipse. Is anybody talking about the new Integra anymore? Considering it's just like Honda Accord 2, essentially. Like, ever since the Integra came back, I've heard absolutely nobody talk about it. Because it's just like milquetoast car. I kind of like how they used to do it back then, where they had two-door and four-door versions of the same car, essentially. The WRX and Impreza had it. Integra's had it. Skyline's had it. Wish they would do that again. Yeah, no manual wouldn't surprise me for those. Everybody wants to throw in a CVT or some plug-in hybrid. No more soul. Toyota is the only one that's not going full electric for anything, and also keeping the manual alive. This one's probably just based off like a 2004 something F1 car. They couldn't get the license for it, so that's why Formula GT exists instead of Formula 1. Yeah, Toyota is run by the correct people. That's what I want more than anything. I want cars to be small again. Like, we have too much, like, huge shit. Like Jeep Wagoneer, Lincoln Navigator. Just complete land yachts. Bricks. And the problem that's driving that is all these normies who think they need to have the safest car on the road, so they buy whatever's the biggest. Like, first of all, bigger cars are more likely to get hit because they take up more room. Second of all, they're more likely to roll over. Third of all, they are harder to stop. They are harder to control. They take longer to get up to speed. They use up way more fuel. It's like the exact opposite of what you really need and what you really want. But they, instead of buying the car that makes sense for them, they buy the biggest thing they can when they don't even need all the space. Like, I want stuff like, not like K car small. I think that's too small, especially like with everything else that's on the road nowadays. I want more like FRS, BRZ type size cars. And if you got to make some of those 4-door, then so be it. Like more of those, more RX-8 size 4-doors, stuff like that. Not everything needs to be freaking massive. Yep, missed my brake zone again. Yep, I went down a second again. Yeah, it seems like nowadays everybody wants a... They want to buy a computer with a car attached to it. Instead of a car. You know? Like, imagine your car gets bricked because of a software update failure. That literally happened with Jeep Wranglers recently. The 4xEs specifically, the hybrids. There was an update for them, and the update literally bricked the cars. Well, probably not the cars entirely, but at least like the head units. So, yeah. Like, updating a fucking car, like, how ridiculous does that sound? Updating your fucking car. Oh yeah, believe me, I hate technology with a burning passion, but here I am, relying on technology as part of my hobby / part-time job thingy. I deal with it every day. And I do not want it in my car as well. Teslas are like... they are the exact polar opposite of everything I want in the car. Like, everything I don't want. All piled into one. Zero actual physical controls, everything on a touchscreen. Minimalist style interior. Yuck. Electric. Requiring updates. No thank you. I don't care how much money it would save me on gas or what kind of technological advancements it has with self-driving, and I don't care. Everybody's always talking about, like, oh, texting and driving is so bad because it distracts you while you're driving, but they throw touchscreens in every car and put every single control on the touchscreen, including, like, AC controls, a volume button. Everything is on the touchscreen. It's the opposite what they were trying to push for. Smart fridge. Yeah, that one is still something. Also, those LG washing machines that have to be connected to Wi-Fi, and they use like 3 gigabytes of data per day. Why does a washing machine need an internet connection? Let alone a fridge. Why a washing machine? Next up, you're gonna have to be updating your toilet, your shower head, your fucking water heater. Dystopian. Oh, you want to talk about things that have gotten worse over the years? Car headlights. Toyota's, most notably out of anything else I've seen on the road, Toyota's headlights are so bright, even their low beams are like borderline blinding. It's so bad. Most people talk about like Ford F-250s and bigger diesel trucks that not only their headlights like sit really high up, but they're also like xenon or HID headlights. Nowadays they're LED, I think, but they're still like so bright that they look like high beams on an older car. But Toyota is like, anytime I see a very bright pair of headlights, I know it's a Toyota, and whenever it drives past me and I get a glimpse of their taillights, it's always like a RAV4 or a Highlander or a Tundra. Every time. And I was like, yep, I knew it. It's one of my least favorite trends. And it's like, you don't need your headlights to be that bright to see. And if you do, you probably shouldn't be driving, and you probably need your eyes checked. And if you absolutely do need the extra lighting, buy like, well, this only applies to trucks or maybe Wranglers and stuff. Like if you're doing off-roading and stuff like that, you can buy like LED light bars. Just put it on your bumper or on your roof rack or something and flip that on whenever you need it. Those actually can be like really helpful in some cases, but I see Chotch Kings driving around with those on the highway too. Drive around a corner and then there's this 2008 F-250 with its light bar on and he doesn't turn it off. It's more blinding than the headlights themselves. But luckily, like, unlike a lot of other bad habits most drivers have, 99% of them do turn their high beams off whenever there's a car coming. Unlike other people who just don't look whenever they're changing lanes or don't use their signal, don't know how a stop sign works, etc. There's way more people who haven't figured that out. Yeah, and realistically, like any legislation that gets passed in the EU kind of has an effect on the states as well, because I don't think manufacturers are going to go through the trouble of making one car work for the EU and one car work for the states. It's like the California effect, essentially, where, for those of you who don't know, California is like so much more regulated than every other state. And sometimes, like, whenever you buy, like, it could be like any kind of product. It could be like a drink mix, it could be like a chemical cleaner, almost anything. There would be a warning on the label that says this product is known by the state of California to cause cancer, birth defects, etc. And just because California has like so many more regulations, every other state pretty much has to follow those as well, because manufacturers and businesses aren't gonna go out of their way to make something work for just one or two states. So it kind of has an effect on everything. And whenever it comes to like, whenever like the iPhone, for example, the USB-C regulation, that was only passed in the EU, but it was such a big deal to Apple that they just said fuck it and they put USB-C on everything. My phone has USB-C now. It's the 16 Pro Max. So that was one good thing that came out of the EU for sure. I hated that Lightning port, and I probably would have just switched to Android if it didn't have if the iPhone didn't have USB-C by now, but now that it does, I didn't see a need to switch. Oh, I didn't even know, like, the EU did have a regulation on turn signals like that. I don't think those are too hard to work around, though, because I have a set of aftermarket taillights for my FRS, and it's literally just a switch to make them sequential or, like, a static, as far as, like, the flashers go. So mine, like, it lights up from, like, the inside to the outside. Kind of like Mustang taillights for signals. So, stuff like that, it's easy enough, but whenever it requires, like, an entirely different part to make it work, I don't think manufacturers are going to go through that hassle most of the time. They will sell, like, cars exclusively to the states of the EU if it doesn't fit the regulations for one or the other, but the markets are, like, very different between them in the first place anyways. Like, we didn't get the Ranger back for a few years, for example. A carbon credit racket? Not really, no. I know Canada, for example, has, like, a ridiculous carbon tax, which is, like, basically drives up the entire economy just because of that alone. But I don't want to get too far into politics. That's always, like, a bottomless pit. That was bad timing to take a sip. I think Teslas are like the #1 most common car I see on the road nowadays. I guess there's just plenty of NPCs going around these days for them to be so popular. Then again, I do really live in like a big techie area, I guess. There's a lot of tech workers and shit around here, so they are kind of into that stuff. They're probably like nowhere near as popular in other places. But I see them here more than anywhere else. Or I see them more than any other car, I should say. Even more than like Ford F-150s and Altimas and Sentras and shit like that. The cars you used to see everywhere. Yeah, I'm gonna try Project Motor Racing out, but I don't know if or what kind of content I'll be making of it. Looks pretty promising so far. Still patiently waiting on Assetto Corsa Evo to do something with its life. If you'd even call it life. Something with its existence. Just bumped the wall there. Oh! I forgot my brakes again. Speaking of carbon footprint, California a few years ago was trying to push a new law that required every single car sold in California after 2035 must be electric. I don't know if that's still the case, but I'm like, that's not gonna happen. You don't have the grid capability to support that either. And it's not enough time. So, what are they going to do after that? Are they going to abolish gas pumps statewide? Like, you don't know what crazy thing California is going to do next. They are unhinged. But I wouldn't be surprised if they try to pass some shit where, like, all gas pumps are prohibited after 2040 or whatever. Because then, essentially, that would be forcing, like, the entire country to change their ways or make exceptions for just California. Like, trucking companies have to have electric trucks just so they can abide by California's laws. It's already kind of the case. Whenever I was working at a dealership, all their, like, cabin chassis trucks, like, the kind of trucks people would buy for, like, the job site or long-distance towing and stuff like that, all of them had, like, this sticker on them that was, like, California compliant emissions certified or something like that. Every single truck had one of them. We are in Texas, and they had stickers for California on them. Like, why? Why should we have to be concerned with what California wants? So bass-ackwards. But them pushing everything to the extreme is eventually going to make everybody else cave and have to do the same thing. Oh, that's what cafe is? Okay, I actually didn't know what the term for it was, but yeah, that is a good thing. Electric is just not ready for it yet. Especially, like, with our power infrastructure alone. We're putting all these fucking data centers up everywhere that's draining all of our energy resources, and now we want to throw electric cars for everybody on top of that? Good luck. You better start building those reactors again, because solar, wind, and hydropower is not going to keep up with it. Either burn more coal or build some nuclear. Which they're not going to do nuclear. Alright, just one more pit stop after this. Yeah, whenever, like, whoever gets into office next, they're just gonna revert all the changes the previous administration made. It's been like that the past few terms anyways. One party does all this shit, then the next party gets rid of it and does all their shit, and the next party gets rid of it and does all their shit. This is gonna go back and forth. I will say one thing, and this is probably gonna end the whole political discussion. But politicians suck, they don't care about anyone, and fuck all of Washington, D.C. And fuck all of California, too, while we're at it. That's it. Now, if I want to be on schedule for these streams, I have to do 2 more races after this, which will put us at 5 races for the day, which is around 8 hours. And then I'll just have to do 2 more 8-hour streams tomorrow and the next day. But if I only do 1 more race after this, that would leave me with 3 streams to go, which is a whole extra day. Gotta make a decision. It would make no sense for me to go 6 or 7 races because that would be like 12 hours. But I would only have to do it for 1 more day. Decisions. Plus, it would probably get really boring by the 6th or 7th race. I actually don't remember what the next race is either. I think it's Grand Valley, which is actually one of the longer ones. I thought I felt the mosquito on my cheek. Not my cheek. Nah, I didn't really miss much, to be honest. Same old, boring GT4 Endurance Championship races stuff. 6 cars, big tracks. Bad AI. The usual. The occasional hiccup. Oh, there goes my wheel again. There's no force feedback randomly. A wheel is definitely worth it, especially if you plan on using it quite a lot. Nowadays, I really don't get on the rig as often as I probably should, and if I would have bought one like a week or two ago, then it probably would have been a waste of money. But over the course of several years, I've been using pretty much everything I have a ton. Just not a lot recently. If it's something that I know I'm going to be spending like tons of time with, then I'll spend the extra money on it. Like my phone, for example. I use it all the time, so I went all out. But if it's something that I'm not going to use that often, then I'll just get like whatever the cheaper option is. But I feel like most people are like that, so nothing special. Right. Yeah, after a while, it just feels like a time trial. Which is probably why I'll never play this game casually again. If I do anything with it, it's purely for content. That's a downside with GT4 nobody really talks about. The races are boring. What's up, Sean? How you doing? Welcome. Alright, final pit stop next lap. Yeah. We're only like almost done with race 3 and I'm already like deathly bored of this series. Just gotta power through it, I guess. I think I'm using 12 or 15K bit rate. 1440. I think it's 15. Oh. Yeah, I had to make a lot of changes to the suspension to make this more drivable, but it's fine now. For the most part. For streams, probably 3 parts, like 5 races each. For videos, I think I'm just gonna upload every race as its own. But I don't want to do like 15 days straight of uploading this, so it's probably gonna be uploaded like 2 or 3 races per day, whenever I get around to it. it'll hurt the views a lot, but instead of having it drag out for 15 days, it'll only drag out through 5. Which reminds me, I should probably schedule the next episode to go live tomorrow and start rendering these the other episodes that I haven't gotten around to yet. It should be daily uploads from now until Halloween. Maybe like a couple days after that, as it all catches up. You know, I might actually crack another energy drink and try to push for like 7 or 8 races today. Just go straight to midnight. I'm tempted. I can't go over 12 hours of stream without it getting cut off, though, so I'll either have to splice it or just end right whenever I need to. I'm tempted. You know, it might be the best thing to do, like, schedule-wise anyways. Because either it'll give me a day off, or I could squeeze a 24-hour stream sooner. Which will allow me to move on to other stuff sooner as well. And get the ball rolling on some solid content again. I would definitely have to stop and eat at some point, though. But then after I eat, it's going to make me pass out, so I'd have to suffer through that. Decisions. Well, this is the third race already, but on schedule will be 5 races a stream, so I'd have to do 2 more after this. But if I want to cut down the series by a day, then I could go 7 or 8 races and then do the remaining races the next day. I just go until I'm on the verge of passing out. Just see where I end up. I'm gonna have to do 24 hours straight anyways, so... Might as well get some practice in. Oh. That was actually kind of smooth. Even yeeting over the curb like that. Oh. 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 Oppa Gangnam Style. Also, final lap. Hallelujah. Is the next race actually high speed ring? Could have sworn it was going to be like in the second half, but I'm pretty sure race 5 or 6 is Grand Valley. But I don't know about the next one. I guess we'll find out here in a second. But there you go. Pause the music real quick. What the? Did that car just run into me, or did I run into that car? Okay. They're still racing. So, yeah. I'm gonna leave y'all to watch this for a minute. Bathroom break. I've had to take one, like, between every race. It's actually kind of bad. I'll just let this play. Let's play. For a second. We are. All right. Oh, also, I need to point my fan towards me. It's actually kind of warm in here. All right, that ought to do without too much noise. And it is high-speed ring. So, it's still about 200 miles. That's the trend I've noticed with these races. They're all about 200 miles long. It is going to be much higher average speed, so this shouldn't really take that long. Less than an hour and a half for sure. I don't think I need to change anything, so let's roll. For some reason, I thought it was a reverse layout. Oh, this is going to be easy. They are just... Yeah, they are refusing to go above a certain speed around that corner. Yeah, the suspension here does feel a little bit more floaty now. I wonder if I could cut into the pits from this side on this version of the game. I know like it's a thing in GT4 Online, but I don't know if it's a thing in this version. Only one way to find out. But I'd rather just get the race done than figure out the hard way. Alright, get off the curb. Kind of sucks that the banking really doesn't do much in this game. Definitely getting a lot of the easier, faster races up front. So, it actually probably would benefit even to just do 6 races today. And then do 4 races for whatever the longest like stretch of races is, and then 5 for whatever else. Verse versa. But I'm pretty sure next is Grand Valley, and then probably Monaco after that. Yikes. I really should have, like, paid more attention. Memorized them. But I could easily look it up. Well, emulators aren't illegal yet. They could always... I mean, new laws can always be passed. And more than likely, it's going to be Japan that does it. I don't know how that would affect the States and Europe, though, but... Alright, try not to touch that wall. Yeah, imagine, like, Japan is trying to crack down on AI, too. Because, like, the anime industry there's, like, that alone is, like, massive for their economy. Well, should be an even 6 pit stops, pitting once every 11 laps. That works out pretty nice. Wow, I was actually at the limit of grip there. Nah. No point going an extra lap, because then my stints wouldn't be even. I'm gonna try it. Oh, you can do it! Just, make sure not to hit any of them because they're probably a brick wall in the pits. Five seconds to Archon. Whatever the meme is. Ten points to Gryffindor. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't just close that section off. But 21 years too late for them to fix it. Yeah, the banking in GT4 doesn't really do much. If it had like GT7's banking physics, then yeah, I could easily take the final corner flat out, but it don't, and it can't. There goes the mouse. Hydrate. Oh. What am I on the grass for? I just woke up the mouse again, so it's gonna freeze. Oh, I didn't even watch Petite Le Mans. I kind of forget, like, all about IMSA races. I would get, like, super hyped for the Daytona 24 and be like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna watch IMSA all year and keep up with it. And then it's just like, I watch Daytona, I watch Sebring, and then I forget about it. Oh wow, actually just barely got a sub 50 at some point. Now, I know Penske is dropping out of the WEC, but are they dropping out of IMSA as well, or are they staying in IMSA? Because I didn't see anything about IMSA specifically. That is weird, though. I don't know why they would only quit WC specifically. Oh, alright. Tires died. This is a really long pit stop. Wait, do you mean valve as in like steam valve or something else? That's kind of surprising. But then again, Valve has like the infinite money machine, so they can do just about anything. Oh. Oh. There are two cars stationary. I think one of them got pushed over to this corner right there. They were probably like 4 wide or something. And there goes the mouse. I guess that explains how that one car fell behind. Also, isn't Lasarth, like, coming up soon as well in this series? Because I'm pretty sure, like, in the next few races, there's going to be Grand Valley, Monaco, and I think Lasarth, but I don't know what order. And maybe Seoul. I think Seoul's, like, coming up soon, too. So Grand Valley and then Lasarth. And those are both going to be... Well, Grand Valley for sure is going to be a long one. Lasarth... I'm actually not sure how fast you can do Lasarth in this. Oh, wow. Wasn't expecting wheel spin right there. They're just so much lower. I might do both. Just depends on how I'm feeling after Grand Valley. I know I'm going to be, like, super bored by the next race, but it's part of it. Nürburgring's 15 laps, I think. I'm already at the max ride height and softest shock, so the car's pretty much set up for it. Especially through those S's. I mean, I know I'm going to need it. Nürburgring's like race 11 or 12. Seoul is 113 laps. Yeah. And honestly, they're probably not any faster than 40 seconds either, so that's going to be a... it's going to be a long one right there. This one's just going to be barely over an hour, so one of the shorter ones. What am I doing? Steer. Yep. It's a 1-year anniversary was exactly a month ago. September 20th. Welcome back, Daniel. Oh. I forgot the pit entrance was right there. Whoopsies. Well, just gotta suffer for one extra lap. Now, I think 110 came out after it, but it doesn't need a lineup anyway. Alright, I guess I'm going 9 laps this stint. I'm tempted to just crash one of these guys. Or at least have an attempt. Failure. Intrusive thoughts in Gran Turismo. I'm bored. Let's commit some Formula war crimes. Take that, FIA. Penalize me. Find me. I dare you. Honestly, it feels like I haven't really been here for that long. I've been streaming for a little over 5 hours now. It feels like I've only been here for like 2 or 3. It's actually been going by pretty quick. First spin. Ooh. I did barely tap them there, but not enough to slow me down a ton. I don't think this one's going to be a 48. Not even close. Favorite touring car? Well, if you count DT in, which is Touring Meisterschaft, let's see, Audi TT. I forgot to pit again. Oh well. Technically, I'm supposed to pit this lap anyways, but I just wanted to get it back to even with the lap count. I forgot to do it again! What is wrong with me? Drive-through penalty. Bull. Yeah, I think my brain's gonna be too far gone by the end of next race to keep pushing, but I'm gonna try. Pit, 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 pit. Alright, got it. Cool. Ah, shit. Well, looks like I have an errand to run tomorrow. Hold on, let me do something real quick before it's too late. Shit. Alright, well, now with that being a thing I have to do, that's gonna complicate things. Because I have to go in the middle of the day, which is when I'm supposed to be streaming, so... How to work around this. I don't know. I'll figure it out by the end of the next race, because that's like 5 races is the minimum I need to do today. If I can do more, then I'll do more. But yeah, I gotta go do something tomorrow, which is kind of important. Which is the opposite of ideal. Oh, System of a Down is playing. Pizza, pizza pie! Every minute, every second, bye, 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 bye! Oh, that was a mosquito I just saw in front of my face. Ma. Ma. Oh, I just killed somebody. Rip. Two guys, in fact. Two rival pit crew members tragically killed. They got their shins sliced in half. Anyway. There's still one guy stuck back here. You were really far behind. Probably don't even need to be in 5th for that. Ooh, my arms are getting sore. I kind of nuked them at the gym yesterday, and now the lactic acid is starting to build up. It usually happens like that. Like, I usually work out late at night, or late in the evening, rather, and then the next day, around like the middle of the day, they'll start getting sore. Especially after they rest for a long time. But if I keep them moving, then it kind of delays it. Boom, boom. Every time you just la 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 la. Forgot the lyrics to this song. Boom, boom, boom. He gets 4 big booms. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I did buy some tries yesterday because, yeah, easy day. Oh, I hit my triceps super hard every time. I'm definitely a tricep dominant dude. But then again, it's probably the easiest muscle to work in your entire body. Like, some people have genetically gifted chests or shoulders, traps, etc. Mine are definitely my triceps. I'm gonna try 5th. Fifth there and 6th up here. Almost had it. No grass. Alright, last pit stop this lap. Shift, please. Alright, final piss stop. Ooh. Yeah, that just ramped up real good. I might have to make some creatine in my water. Or maybe a liquid IV or something. Hey, where you at? On the side of the freeway in the car. And the car. Bonus points if you know the song. Whoa! All right, death by curb. First year on the stream, I'm pretty sure. Boredom has set in full force. Almost done. 5 more minutes. If I were to eat right now, then I'd definitely be yawning way more like 30 minutes later. Because I don't know why, but lunch basically kills all the energy I have left. Wonder if pushing this is any faster. No. Ooh. That was sketchy. Seems like I have miscalculated a little bit. Considering my tire wear. Either that or I drove worse this stint. But, oh well. Final lap. Yeah, there we go. Ugh. Pause that. Alrighty. Race number 4. Done. I need a refill. 100K collected. Still pretty insulting, but yeah, let's move on. To Grand Valley. Grand Misery. 62 laps, and these are longer laps too, so that's not going to be that fun. But give me 1 second. I'm going to go refill this, and then we'll get right back into it. Taking a lot of breaks. Grace. Whoa. Right. So I should probably save the game real quick. Considering it's been 2 races since my last one, I'm just going to do save state only this time. Save state. Save state. Save slot 2. Bam. Alright, didn't click on the wrong one. Good. Alright, do I have to do anything? No. The only thing I have to do is start the race. That was a really good launch. Yeah, no qualify, but I'm already P1 before turn 1 anyway, so it would have made 0 difference. The only difference it would have made is the length of the stream by another 4 minutes or so. Evermore. I need to turn my music back on. That is vital to keeping me sane. Probably change the album while I'm at it. Alright, that'll hold me for a while. Alright, kind of understeery. But it beats spinning out randomly, so. Need to get off that curb. I think this is like the actual first track so far. First complex-ish one. Even though I'm not driving perfect yet, I'm still like 24 seconds ahead at the end of lap 3. Like, major skill issue on the AI's side. Alright, this understeer is pretty bad through turn 1. I got chill on the throttle a little bit. Every lap so far. There goes the mouse. I like how it could just know immediately every single time. Okay, surprisingly more grip doing that. Track limits? What track limits? Alright, I remembered this time. I did not remember this time, though. Oh. I think I gave a little too much steering input there. I might pit and like 1 lap earlier. That would round it off to like 10. But I'd have to do an extra lap every now and then. Which I guess is this lap, so. I think the first 2 stints I'll do 7 laps, and then the rest I'll do 6. Every 10 minutes, pretty much. Oh, I need to check something. Oh yeah, I guess 7 laps will work too. Since the wear is nice and even, shouldn't be too bad going an extra anyways. I did it again. I think I know what I'm doing wrong. Whenever I go from left to right, I'm doing it too fast and also too much. I need to take it smoother. I'm doing it again. I did not have that problem the first few laps, so I don't know why it's happening now. That was weird. Alright, there we go. Ah. You nudged me. Could have been best lap of the whole race, but now I'm just getting blocked. This lap has a better chance anyway. This is race number 5. So, already putting a decent dent in this series today. But I think I'm going to do a little bit more after this. Not feeling it. At least one more. I don't know about 2. It depends if race 7 is Monaco or not. Papybra up front. Nando Loris. Oscar Pastry. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do Monaco today, but we'll see what I'm thinking after Sarth is done. I might just power through it. Want to change my playlist real quick. Nice. Excuse me. Coming through. Oh, that was almost a new PB. Yeah, I think they are every 9 laps, but they would have pitted this lap, I think. Or maybe on their current lap. I think they're 2 laps behind now. I haven't been paying attention. Alright, almost 2 laps behind. But they are on lap 18, so... worst place to pass. These same 2 cars, once again, the same spot. Ooh. Bastards. Oh. Alright, death by curb. And I'm gonna have to deal with them again in a couple laps, because I'm pitting now. Better not be at the same spot. I do have to use the restroom again, though, for like the 4th time already. Alright, once again, BRB. Another restroom break. I've been streaming for over 6 hours and doesn't even feel like it, really. Sketchy. This car is so weird. Yeah, I think the next race is probably going to be the last one for this stream. If not this one. But I think the next few races are going to be some of the longest in the whole run, so it would probably make more sense for me to do maybe 3 races, or 6 races today, 3 tomorrow, and then 6 the last day. Unless I could do more tomorrow, but it depends on how long it takes me to do this thing I need to do. Which I'll probably get done, like, as soon as I get up, but it might take me a couple hours.
Ooh.
Okay. This dude is still trolling me. You know what? That's it. That's it. Okay, might be harder than I thought to crash this guy out. Take that. Haha. Yeah, the flow is definitely much worse in GT7, but the scenery is better, I think. I got this guy at the same spot every time. Oh, can I pass you on any other part of the track, please? Anything else? Alright, well, new best lap with no slipstream. I'll take it. And the wheel's just randomly not responding to my paddles every now and then. I click it and nothing happens. Oh, shit. I forgot to pit. I need to stop forgetting. This lap is going to be hell now. least I'm not wheel spinning like crazy. Nice and balanced wear. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Good thing that didn't spill. Alright, halfway done. Ish. Yep. up, the Italian Stallion? Welcome. Welcome to this snooze fest. Yeah, I've basically shut down at this point. I'm just trying to put the laps in. I kind of got all my rambling out of the way early in the stream anyways, so not much left to talk about. That's why it's been deathly quiet the past hour or so. Oh. Oh, it's this guy again. Now leave me alone. Hiss. This race is surely dragging on. Barely halfway done and 54 minutes deep. I hate awkward passes. For this reason. Which championship am I doing in? I have no clue. Where am I? What's my name? Who are you people? What do you want from me? The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? Where are they broadcast from? Okay. Finally a clean pass-ish. It's still bothering me how I'm passing them in that spot every single time. Nice. Sub 124. Or just 123, I guess. Can I do it without the bald tires? I mean, that would be the ideal thing to do, yes. Technically, all these tires are bald. All the time. Being slicks and whatnot. Bald. This one specifically is a real drag. I don't think the start is going to be that bad, though. Should be less than an hour and a half. I don't think they will be 3-minute laps, but if they are around 3 minutes at least, then with 23 laps, that'd be less than an hour right there, I think. No. It'd be a little bit more. Less than an hour and a half. And now I double shifted. The wheel just does whatever it wants to every now and then. Yeah, I highly doubt it's going to be 3 minutes. More like 3:15, 3:20. Because of like the massive drag coefficient. Car basically tops out at 2:15, 2:17. It's already dark outside. I've been here for a while. 7:10. Doesn't really feel like it. Also, what's going on with my pit cycle? Something's weird. I'm supposed to be pitting every 7 laps? Oh no, I forgot. Yeah. I went an extra lap earlier, so I'm off. I am supposed to pit this lap. I was going to do it anyways because the tires are dead, but... yeah. Oh, what's up, Yogo? Welcome to the last bit of Race 5. And I think I have one more in me. So I'm probably just going to suffer through Lasarth. And then call it after that. At least for today. So, still about 2 hours to go in the stream. Somewhere around there. This mosquito's flying around me again. But I have my fan on, so it's kind of getting blown around all over the place. Every time this part of the track, I'm passing people. Rah. I hate papaya. I think that bastard actually bit me. Feet reveal. Or feet leak. There's an itchy spot on my shin. That fucker bit me. Oh, it's on. That's right, motherfucker. It's over. Boing. Stupid wheel. Or PCSX2, whatever fault it is. Alright, well, that's the first time. Ooh. This is rough. So it should just be one more pit stop to go. Yeah, I'm gonna do one more race after this, but somebody's probably gonna have to give me a topic to ramble on about again, because... yeah. I've pretty much said almost nothing this whole race, just because there's nothing to talk about. But then again, it's probably good for my voice, because I can't talk for... what is it, 7 hours straight? Don't pass in the S's, for the love of God. Don't make me do it. It's gonna make me do it. Oh my God. Okay. Actually went smooth. No contact, no going way off my line. Finally. Solid. Wow, that was almost another personal best. Neck's getting a little stiff. Not on the S's. Every time. Bastard's like right in my face now. I just saw it. Alright, last one. Oh, man. If I had nothing going on tomorrow, I'd probably just end it here, but... Yeah. Certainly not doing 7. Tired. Alright, 2 left. Just 2. Damn wheel. Oh, hey, final lap. Woo. Yay. Alright. I think I've made a decision. I think I'm actually going to end it here. Because do you really want another hour and a half of absolute nothing? Yeah, neither do I. I'm probably more bored out of my mind than y'all are right now. So, I'm just going to keep it 5-5-5. Tomorrow's races are going to be like some of the longest in the entire run, so we might be stretching out to maybe a 9-hour stream tomorrow, even though we're just doing 5 races. That happened. Let's get the points. 50, 17, 19. Yeah, they're like, since they keep getting mixed up every race, they're kind of way down there. So, yeah, I'm pretty much going to call it that for today. So, we'll just make it an even 5-5-5. Tomorrow, I don't know whenever I'm going to start. I'm probably going to start a little bit later than today, which is not ideal, but yeah, depends on how long it takes me to do this thing tomorrow. So, I'm going to go ahead and move to the next race just so I can get it ready. And then you know what? Game save it first. Start here when you return. Game save first, then save state. Just in case. Alright. There we go. Game has been saved, and as another backup, save state. Slot 1. Save slot 1. Alrighty. Well, that's gonna do it for today. 7.5 hours, not too bad. Tomorrow's gonna be more like 8 to 9 hours. Oh, while I'm here. Okay, I can't check. I'm just gonna close the game. Just close the game. Don't click anything. Just close it. Alright. I'm safe. I didn't screw up anything. Alright. Well, with that, thank you guys for stopping by the stream. And I will see you tomorrow.
Bye.